Liminal mushroom has arrived.
Good golly gosh. How's it going, guys? Rick, how's it going?
Sir Pippin the Not-So-Smart has arrived.
Alright, there are the alerts to let people know we're live. Okay. The worst, the first. Okay, hairless. You guys don't understand, Dion was literally waiting on my page, knowing that I'd be going live, and still got beat by Liminal. What's up, guys? How's everybody's night going? We're gonna get back to it on Dion's VTuber here. I want to start shading and adding depth to this character now that we've gotten like our basic shapes down and stuff. And all of that's gonna be on its own independent layers. Dion, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'm doing a little Korean heart at you. My gloves make it kind of hard to see. Which I hear is outdated now. Apparently that's like, that's not like a young people thing in Korea anymore. Also, I want to show you guys something I got at the store when I was grocery shopping. I think you guys will appreciate him. He's my son. Hold on, I gotta go big screen. Isn't he so cute? Look at him! He's even like my shade of purple. What a fucking vibe. I thought you guys would think he's cute. I also got some of those like little build a mini kits, and you can see those behind me. There's Captain America's shield, and there's Deadpool. And I built those guys. It's a little beard. He's got a little beard. Isn't he handsome? I love him. And he's really soft. Alright, let me switch you guys back to seeing my art program. Punk! How's your night going? Let me just grab my tablet now that I'm done showing you guys my cute little stuffed animal. Also, Punk Ape has arrived.
Punk Ape has arrived.
There it goes. It's been a vibe. Me and Liminal have been watching Twisted Metal, and that's been really dope. The bats! The bats! Ah! I added a couple silly updates to my stream overlay, so now when I yell, it shakes my camera, and I'm really having fun with that effect. Yeah, Liminal will talk a lot about Twisted Metal if given the opportunity, but it's awesome. The show, yeah, we're talking about the show. We've been watching it. It's good. And while I have you guys here, I want to let you know that this Thursday, we will not be playing Baldur's Gate 3 because Joey is out of town. Instead, I'm gonna play Date Everything, and we're gonna get some more of that in. I'm just gonna unplug the secondary mic I have. Okay. I don't know if you could hear the but Luminal's like, bro, I could have been talking. Oh, you know what? There's one small thing that I wanted to change real quick on my commands. And that should take me like 2 seconds. Okay. My song thing should now pop up for 20 seconds instead of 15. I wanted to give it slightly longer so that people could appreciate that I kind of prettied it up, because that's one of the things I did in the same day that I added the mic shake for the camera. I'm having fun with the little details in OBS now. That's where we're at. I've learned enough about OBS that I'm getting into the nitty-gritty and adding a bunch of plugins and shit. So I think I'm actually gonna start shading at the fucking legs, because you guys were saying they look like thumbs, and you're not wrong, and it's kind of been bothering me. So that's a thing. I still need to draw his belly button. I'm gonna do his nipples as shading. That way they look softer, more natural look. Soft nipples, you know how it is. Feed Punk bananas for strength. Yeah, Date Everything has a ridiculous cast. It just got a shout out at the GameCon thing. I was watching it on Wes's channel. There was a bunch of video game announcements today. Honestly, how could I forget the fucking thumbs? Those guys were horrifying. So here, have Leaf Groin. Knowing that this character is Grecian, I had to give him a leaf. I thought it was funny as hell. It's so opportune, how could I not? Had to move a couple layers real quick. Y'all, hold on. I'm gonna switch to a screen where you can't see my camera for a second, specifically so I can show you how the layers are looking on this so far. So if you take a look on the lower right here, you can see my layers right here. So this is my, I should name this one. This is my palette. The sketch using the symmetry tool. The guideline we made for the shape of the tattoo pieces. What we're working on for the tattoo, which this is a folder. It currently has 5 layers in it. The eyes, which is a bunch of separate pieces. 1, 2, 3, like 10 pieces for the eyes. Also in a folder altogether. The mouth, we got a bunch of pieces for. Right now you can only see 2, but there's 4 more. I just wanted to see how we're looking on layers. For our body, I did the little airbrush for the hairline. Then we have two sections of face, which frankly I should just combine. I've never seen anybody do it that way before. I think I was overthinking that. Front ears, back ears. Each of these are split into the color and the outline. And then any of them that are pairs, like the ears, are also split into left and right. The head itself, accessories layer, pecs, chest, Adam's apple, neck, arms, and that includes the left and right shoulder part separately from the bicep part. Adam's banana. The grape leaf is actually is actually several layers. Believe it or not. This one's a little guideline for myself though. So right now it's 3 layers and this is a guideline for when I add the shading. Yo, Sassy! I got that message. I didn't get anything before that. Pelvis, the knees, the thighs, the abdomen, that part of the shoulders, and then accessories rear, which is the back of the choker and the back of the necklace. I'm sorry, the bracelet. Hairless, you don't see a peepee. There's a leaf there. And then additionally, we have all the sketch work, which is another 3 layers. And both of the paper sketches that I did. So that's how we're looking on layers. Oh, hell yeah, Sassy. I'd love for you to draw along. We're gonna be doing some shading on this guy. I feel like I need to get into shading for me to get like the shapes of his body in my head in 3 dimensions. And then from there it'll make the clothes that I draw on top more realistic. You know what? I need to fucking add group layer. Okay, so now you can see my sketch, which this is the sketch for the nude. Shading in digital art is kind of finicky. A lot of people will call it rendering instead, and they're not wrong. It's a little bit of a different process on digital. I just still call it shading out of habit, I guess. So yeah, there's my nude reference, and then my clothes reference. And these are just sketched with pencil on paper, and then I, like, took in a red pen for some details for shits and giggles. But yeah, I really like working with color. I feel like that's one of my strong suits. Also, I got a smudge on it there. That's my thumbprint. It's not just a little bit of it. I got just a tiny smudge on there. So those were the sketches I originally sent Dion. And I got approved. Dion liked my design, so here we are. I still need to figure out how to do noses. Have any of you ever seen a VTuber with a nose? Like a proper fucking nose? Please let me know. I will email them, I will join their chat, I will view their content, and I will ask questions, because I want to know how the fuck, not including 3D VTubers, that's a different process. Have any of you ever seen a 2D VTuber with a fucking nose? I'm trying to find a tutorial that'll help me out, but I haven't had much luck with it. Also, my fucking timer broke again. Why does it say 2 minutes? We've been live longer than that. But yeah, I want to get started on shading, which means I'm gonna have to go digging through my layers and add even more layers into this mix, because I'm gonna need to do each section separately and everything. Diane! Okay, I have just made 2 shading layers where the thighs are. This is a 2D VTuber model. This is not a PNG tuber. Why do you think I have a billion layers and it's still a work in progress? The joke is that I'm hairless. So I'm just gonna start with the color that I made the outlines for the shading, and I'm gonna tweak accordingly based on how I feel that looks. And you know what? I'm gonna make my brush larger while I'm at it. Yeah, that seems more correct. So Sassy, for shading, I use a, it's technically a watercolor brush, so it, like, blends as it goes. And it has soft edges. And I find that handy. I like to use it for shading pretty much everything but, like, hair or certain metals. I'll use the airbrush in certain cases, but most of my shading is done with, like, this watercolor brush. What did I say? Did I say it as, like, water or something? Water. It's my jersey coming out. Okay, I think that's a good size, but I need to drop the opacity. Okay, 30%'s a little too low. Hairless, we appreciate you here. Yeah, okay, that's 45%. That seems more correct to me. I'm also going to make this a masking layer. I'm going to have to clear out what's around it later. But for now, it's pretty simple to just start it as a masking layer. Additionally... Nah, let's start filling in the shading how it looks right, and then disappear the pieces that are covering over it and make sure it looks right under all those things, because that's really the trick. That's the fucking trick. Aw, Hairless, that's so mean of them. That's really shitty. And, like, honestly, the world we live in kind of fucking sucks. So, like, I'd much rather spend time with someone who's, like, a lot in the sense of being, like, excited and exuberant than somebody who's a lot in terms of just disrespecting, like, people and human rights and the basics, you know? Okay, but Dorian is surprisingly hot for a dude who's, like, I don't know, like has a beard and shit. I'm not usually into that. And like, yeah, he's a cartoon guy, but still, he's pretty hot. I need a fucking reference, actually. Lean man. No, not lean manufacturing. That's not what I typed. Hell does that even mean? Google, what is you doing? All of this is upper body. Is there no full body? Oh, this guy's in shorts. Oh, he's way too buff. That's not what I'm looking for. A day to remember breakdown commences. Let's add shorts to the search. Maybe that'll help. Give me a twunk, Google. Give me a twunk. Maybe I'll just like go on r/twunks or something. I bet that would be perfect. Oh, yo, okay. This reference is gonna work well. This guy, he's got the V die on. He's got a very pronounced the V, and yeah, this'll be a good reference for you. Because that was like the one thing. The one thing you very specifically wanted was the V. And this is a reference that's like right above the knees to like the abs, and this will work well for coloring that area. Okay, so two things. Now that I have a reference, hi Wes, how you doing, man? I can work with that much better. And two, I'm going to need to tweak this color. This is great for the darkest of the shadows, but I can't use it for like the general skin tone. It's not going to blend nicely. So now, with what we've learned, let's remove that. Yeah, let me cook. I'm working on shit. Let me zoom out so Wes isn't just staring at Leaf crotch. He is kind of going to be a femboy in a way. He's going to have pretty hair and stuff later. Let's try this tone instead. What if you want to stare at the crotch? I mean, I think you would have to ask Dion for consent, because this is gonna be Dion's VTuber. So Jesus Christ, guys. I drew that on the wrong layer. I was confused for a second. I figured it out. Jesus Christ. There we go. That's corrected. Nah, I don't think you're that bad, Sassy. I mean, y'all have seen me going off about some shit. I have a fucking mouth on me. Bro. Bro. Putting me on fucking blast like that. Oh my god. Did you see I got a Deadpool figure and I built it. Yo, I didn't make the captain one. That was somebody else. I told him what a bussy is because I wanted to see what he'd say. No, closed captions. Closed captions. That was bussy with a B. This is of vital importance. I just like seeing how much lore I can put in those AIs before they fucking fall apart. It's hilarious. Yeah, they're the science boyfriends, duh. No, I just wanted to tell Cap what a bussy is, see what he'd say. He's too innocent. He's too sweet baby boy. BDSM Cap. Nah. Never. That boy is a bottom. And if you disagree with me, we're not reading the same comic books. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. He's blatantly a fucking bottom, and if you think I'm wrong, then you might not be fully literate, to be honest. That's America's pussy. And yeah, Cap is probably the bottomest bottom in Marvel. Like, I'll go and say it. I'll go and say it. Cap is probably the bottomest bottom in Marvel. I can't think of anybody who's more bottom than Cap. Okay, so we gotta disappear those parts so that when things are moving around, we can. You know what? Loki is a good contender. You're not wrong. Oh my god. Okay, but wait. In the Loki show, with the multiverse and the other Lokis, and when Loki's into the other Loki, how the fuck would that work then? Is AU Loki not about him? Punk, Cap is not a fucking switch. Cap is not a fucking switch. Cap is a capital B bottom. Did you not see? We watched the movies together. He gets shot at. He's turned on about it. He's a huge bottom. Dude. When fucking Peggy comes out blasting and to make sure the fucking shield works after she's pissed at him, he's immediately like, God, what a woman. Like, thank you for the lurk. Yeah, thank you so much for the lurk, Sassy. Okay, I think that side's looking pretty solid. I want to, like, do a little blending, but I like the shape I'm building up here. I think it's, like, pretty clearly the muscle of the thigh, but, like, with a softness to it. Like, a bit toned, but not muscular. Oh, hey, it's Chan. You know what? I didn't. I'm not able to do the thighs with the symmetry brush because of the fact that they touch in the center. But I can do everything else with the symmetry brush, and I should probably be doing that on most of this shading to save time. So let's just dump the left side. Not a bad start, I think. I need this brush to be larger. Alright, there it is, blended out a little bit. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna shade I'm gonna shade like a few of the connecting areas before I move on into doing like highlights and stuff because I want to make sure that they all look cohesive together, and I feel like if I do it piece by piece, they're gonna end up looking like mismatched and not fitting each other well. So I'm gonna be like painting up the details like layers, and that gives the basic shape of the thighs, gives them a softness, follows the like indentations of the muscles a little bit, to give them more form. But let's throw some more. Let me open that picture in a new tab. And I need one, there we go, where you can see knees. How are you guys doing? Anybody do anything neat over the weekend? I didn't get quite as much done, like, in regards to stream as I wanted to. But I got a lot done in terms of, like, my personal life productivity, so that's good. Hell yeah. That's pretty dope. It's gonna be really cool when, like, those games come out and we get to ask about, like, what changed since you playtested and stuff. Oh, dude, that's great. I'm glad you got to see your friend. I feel like time just gets away on me so fucking easily. And I don't get to see people nearly as often as I'd like to. Well, I hope your flight goes well. If you're comfortable sharing, you can let us know when you land. But I know, like, some folks don't like to talk about leaving town on social media. Time that elusive rich. These are kind of just lumpy looking. I feel like they don't tend to be that consistent with how shadows go across them. Hold on, I knocked something down. Okay, I got it. Yeah, they always have like a little bumpiness going on, and then like for the most part the shadow is like underneath. Obviously. Light source is usually gonna be above. For now I think that'll do, and then when I highlight it, I think it'll make more sense. Kinda do a little bit of that. Twitch, I swear to God, if I get reported or something over this fucking Ken doll on stream, I'm gonna lose it. Yo, I feel like veggie chips are either like the best thing or the worst thing. Like, I've had some veggie chips that were just like inedible, and I've had veggie chips that were like, holy shit, give me more. Yeah, it's on a separate layer. I can disappear it. Because I need to be able to see what I'm fucking doing underneath it. I like seasoned salts. Because I always have to salt the shit out of my food because of my fucking heart condition. So I like seasoned salts a lot. Because it just kind of gets boring when everything's just salty. God, Chrono on that Barbie game was hilarious, but also, like, I wasn't the only one questioning why the workloads were set the way they were, right? Were y'all picking up on that too? I kept bringing it up in Chrono's chat. I was like, what is this labor divide? God, I don't even... might end up getting a fucking cease and desist from Mattel if I continue that conversation. I went to scratch my head and dropped my fucking stylus, guys. I don't even have an excuse for dropping all this stuff. I haven't had anything to drink or anything. Oh god, it rolled all the way back there. Hold on. I only have the one. It's specific for this tablet. I need to get like a couple backup ones. Hydrate? Okay. Did you guys see the sock monkeys on my pajama pants? Nah, it's just I gotta like go around my chair. I basically have like a cubicle set up for myself. I have not shaken my booty. I'd be wearing much more flattering pants if that were part of my plan. Okay, now that I'm hopefully done knocking shit down, shaking that mantle. I am pretty comfy. I have a 3 cushions on this chair. It's an old chair, so it's not like the great with cushions. And I got a little blanket in my lap. And I got Sock monkey pajama pants on. That's a good start for that part, I think. No, I do not have a SpongeBob cuck chair. My chair is red. It's just red. You can kind of see it if I like lean to the side. There's just red here. And then one of my pillows is like a tiny square pillow, and then there's one I'm sitting on, and then I have a star-shaped pillow, which is really cute. Yeah, I like my heart-shaped pillow. It's cute and it's soft. The whole stream is the cuck chair. Oh my god. Punk, I told Mealtime with Dad about my like workaround for not having a stream deck, and he was like, "Why don't you have a stream deck? Just put one on throne and get a couple people to simp for you." And I was like, "Jesus Christ!" Fucking lost it. I was like, "Oh my god." He's like, "You're cute enough, just do it." I'm like, "That's not really my vibe. If you haven't fucking noticed." Like, he's like, "Don't you have throne?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "How much stuff have you gotten on there?" And I'm like, "Nothing." And he's like, "Well, there you go. Get some simps." And I'm like, "Bro." Yeah, he looks enthralled, you know? I kind of like did the body separation akin to how a ball jointed doll works. Because I figured that's a tried and true way to flex the humanoid form. I'm art cucking you? How? You're watching the creation of art right now. That's what art is. You're welcome. You want to draw with me? Get a fucking pencil. I'll tell you how. Or do you want to see the figures I did? Because I put together a couple, I got some of those little, like, steel pop out the pieces models, and I put them together, mostly last night, partly this afternoon. I need to find the Iron Man one. And since they're made of metal, it would look so cool. Art cuck you? I feel like art cucking means I'm gonna, like, start getting this real cool, get you on edge, and then just fucking dip. I know that, like, cucking and edging aren't the same, but I feel like spiritually they go hand in hand. Y'all are trying to get cucked by me now? I have attracted a creative bunch to say the least. Yeah, we've been off the hinges most of tonight, I think. And we're only, according to that, 46 minutes into this, but actually, we're an hour into. I don't know why that's 15 minutes behind today. Or at least 15 minutes behind right now. Okay, why is my Twitch thing saying I'm offline when I literally have my stream right here? Like, it says offline on my stream preview. That kind of startled me for a second. Yeah, apparently you guys are just in my head, I guess. I don't know. Hey, Miguel, how's your night going, man? We're working on a VTuber and chat's being a bunch of degenerates. It's great. Gotta really get that happy trail shadow. Oh my gosh. We're working on my first VTuber, and I think it's going pretty great so far. There's still a lot of work to do, but I like the foundation that we've built. Right now, we are figuring out some of the shapes of the musculature using the shadows before we refine it and then highlight it. Oh my gosh. But these abs look so stupid right now. They're gonna make sense when they're blended. Right now it looks like he spray tanned them on. Selectively applied sunscreen, like. Okay, that's looking better already, although it's when we refine it and it's the 300 parody abs. Oh my god, yeah. I mean, I've seen similar abs for like cosplay and stuff, so that's why I was like, "Oh my god, it looks painted on." But that's just the way we get the shapes in the first place. You got to have them a little too harsh and then you blend it out. By the way, my son, I ripped off the tag, but this guy, when I got him, the tag said his name is Dave. Oh no. Ooh, mama, that's bad. Thank you for letting me know. All right. Jeez, I gotta get that sorted. Thank you guys for being patient with me in the meantime. But yeah, when I got this guy, his tag said his name is Dave, and it said that he is a moderator on a rock and roll chat forum. It's like, I love him. He's perfect. So now we're gonna get to hiding some sections so that we can make sure this looks correct underneath everything. So this is the actual shape of the piece we're working on right now. So we're pretty much just going to blend these shadows out to the edges so that when the pieces are moving around on top, it's not going to have gaps in those shadows. Now it looks smooth and consistent. When other parts are showing, it won't be a big deal. It'll blend right into the existing shadows. That is making more sense. I'm also going a little more bold than might seem typical because, again, this is going to be shrunk down. Like, compared to what you guys are seeing right now. When this ends up on a stream, it's probably going to be, like, maybe that size in terms of screen realty. Like, you don't want it to take up too much space because then you're blocking what you're doing. So the way I'm drawing it is much larger than it's going to be. Because I want to be able to fit in all those spicy details. And I want Dion to be able to, like, enlarge this for, like, say, a just chatting screen. But on average, your VTubers are going to be small, so they're not blocking too much. Yeah, so we'll call that layer 1 for the abdomen region. Again, we're going to be going over all of this to kind of blend it out. We're just getting our shapes. And I think we're getting the muscle shapes nicely. They're just a little stark right now. And when we add in a little bit of more blending and highlights, it's going to look very crisp, I think. Let me find the fucking chest layer. There's so many layers already. May as well save this while I'm working on that. Okay, let me find a nice reference for... Yeah, this looks nice. This guy's like... He's muscular, but he's not buff, you know? There's a distinction there. Yeah, this should work well as a reference. Dude, on the Twisted Metal show, for anybody who's, like, seen it, fucking Axel is ridiculously built. Like, I knew he was meant to be, but Jesus Christ, how did they get an actor like that? I was considering doing, like, some sketches of him just to practice my musculature because he is so insanely buff and insanely toned. You can see all the muscles. It's fucking crazy. It's so crazy. It's really good so far, Sir Pippin. I'm really enjoying it. Although I've never really played Twisted Metal, my partner loves those games, and Liminal's really been enjoying the series. But I honestly, Sweet Tooth has 2 actors. There's one for the body and the like actual motions you see on camera, and then there's another for the voice. And Will Arnett is doing the voice, and I can't not imagine BoJack Horseman. He is Lego Batman too. You're right. But I always go to BoJack Horseman since I'm obsessed with that show. But yeah, if you want an opinion on the Twisted Metal show from somebody who's played the games, I'm sure Liminal would be happy to tell you about it. I love BoJack. I love that show. It's amazing. It's a 10 out of 10. Yeah, they're cool games. I like them conceptually and stuff, but it's not really my style of gameplay. I'm not big into like driving games, I guess. Oh, this is my favorite Fall Out Boy album. For anybody who's curious, Folia Do. Folia Do is the best Fall Out Boy album. Let's try 150 for getting in the collarbones here. Something like that for the collarbones. Yeah, we gotta get in some of those little detail muscles. Stole this one from the Life is Strange soundtrack. Hell yeah, man. One of my, one of the silly little things that brings me joy as an artist who draws a lot of people is, excuse me, is when I go to take a picture of something I've drawn or painted or whatever, and the face detection knows where to focus on based on the facial features of my art. That's one way I test my proportions. Lately, I've been nailing it quicker and quicker. Good golly gosh. Oh gosh. So maybe you should ask Zoob for advice. He gets some wild commentary, man. But honestly, I think most people I do art of are pretty hot. I think I'm good at drawing hot people. No pants Zoob. Okay, right now that is far too stark. But again, when we go in and we blend it better later, kind of fine tune it. Christ, that fucking hit still has me coughing. Also, Punk, I swear to God. I swear to God. What? It's the 19th. It has been officially over 2 months where I don't think I've gone a day without being called hot in multiple chats. And it's all your fault, Punk. I blame you specifically. Like, I thought people would get bored of it by now, but they have not, dog. They have not. It's a fucking thing, bro. Oh my god. Yeah, I thought it looked cool because of my piercings. And then, oh my god. And Zoob is still like, you flashbanged me by sending me like pictures. I'm like, dude, I sent you like a selfie. Calm down, bro. Calm down, bro. Yes, Sir Pippin. Hello, Sir Pippin. Ooh, that was bad. Let me give you a fresh one. Hello, Sir Pippin. Yeah. Well, that's what was said. Pretty verbatim. Why do you get fucking bodybuilders when you look up lean man? I know what punk looks like. Who's hot? Mealtime's hot. I don't know what Mealtime's face looks like, but Mealtime's hot. Mealtime is mealtime with dad, for anyone who's not familiar. Yeah, I think that works well as a basis. Let's get them man titties. Imagination. Sir Pippin, what don't you have the points for? I'll just do it. Like, I have an infinity sign next to my points. Like, okay. What a fucking jam. Baker, how you doing? How's your night going? Sorry, just had to shift some layers around real quick. Glad to hear Maskey's back. Okay, had to do a little layer management before we could keep going. Now I'm going to start working on the balls of the shoulders, because I have the shoulders split into two pieces: the like round section on the outside, and then like this part where the meat is, the traps and all that shit. Ugh. Wrong layer. Thank you. That made a sound. Done, done, and done. Thank you, guys. This bitch snap crackle popping over here. And I asked Liminal to get me a refill next time they get up. Here, wait, let me... Why is it saying a bunch of these are new? They've been the same this whole time. Yeah, I mean, I think you've seen the majority of my redeems at this point. People really like the horn. People really like that fucking horn. That's a good card. I have all 78 cards in there with both meanings. That was kind of a bitch to set up, I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to work on a similar one. That would be exclamation point diagnose. I don't have this yet, but it would be exclamation point diagnose. And it would give you like some weird Victorian illness, like unbalanced humors, and then tell you like to like do some cocaine about it, like old-timey fucking pharmacists would do. I love like weird historic medicine. See, here's the thing, gout was a real illness. Unbalanced humors, that's not a real fucking thing. I want to go for all like the fake bullshit, like humors, hysteria, bloodletting, like all that weird ass shit we just like came up with. Because before they understood what germs were, it was truly, they were just throwing shit at the wall and just saying, like, I think this is right, I think this is right, I think this is right. And then germ theory, like, came along. Yo, Saturn, what's up, my dude? Yeah, I was telling them about how I want to set up the diagnose command. and I've been trying to find like sources on like weird made up illnesses of the era that have been like proven false or were like obviously like just like a cold, you know? But I'm trying to find like it's surprisingly hard to find resources on some of that shit. Yeah, I told you about the idea, but if you don't remember, that's totally fine. Um, yeah, like I just want like exclamation point diagnose, and then somebody gets like you've been diagnosed with, and then it's like some stupid shit like the morbs or unbalanced humors or like ghosts in your blood, and then like the pharmacist has prescribed you, and then like antimony pills, cocaine, opium, fucking laudanum, like all that bullshit medicine they used to use. Although laudanum is occasionally still used, it's very 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 rarely used. Lithium is weird, dude. It's weird, but that one still is used. Oh god. Oh god. That sounds horrible. But if you're not fucking familiar, there's there's a history podcast I watched that covered the death of George Washington, and by George Washington I mean the first president of the United States, George Washington, just so we're on this all on the same page. And basically he like worked out in the rain even though he was getting older, and so he wasn't like, you know, he wasn't a young man anymore, and then he wasn't feeling great because he was like working in like the cold rain, and he like in reality he probably just had like a head cold. But his doctor wasn't in town, so they called like the local doctor, and the local doctor showed up and like bloodlet him, and then like two other doctors showed up and each also bloodlet him. And then additionally they were doing all sorts of crazy bullshit, like grinding up beetles and applying them to the bloodletting wounds, and making him gargle with vinegar, and shoving molasses up his ass. And when none of that was miraculously making the president better, they did more bloodletting. And then they called in like another consultant because they're like, he's still not well. And what does the consultant do? More bloodletting. And it just kept fucking going until he fucking died of blood loss and was like, I swear to God, this is real. This is real, Sir Pippin. You can look this the fuck up. Yeah, they gave him enemas with molasses. What else does that fucking mean? Like, I can't make this shit up. I can't, I'm pretty creative, but I'm not that creative. And yeah, the molasses up the ass, paste made out of beetles on his wounds, gargling molasses and vinegar, and then fucking choking on it because molasses is thick as hell. They tortured him and bled him to death, and they were really desperately trying to cure him. And finally they killed him from all the bloodletting. And like the day after he died or whatever, the original doctor who was supposed to treat him showed up and was like, bros, what the fuck, you like let the president die, but okay, I guess he's dead now. What if we filled him with lamb's blood? Do you think we could bring him back to life? And then the other doctors who filled him with molasses and stuff were like, nah, that's too far-fetched. Let's just let the president die. And that's how the first president of the United States died. You can look that up. I swear to God, that's real. It's one of those things that they like buried because it's embarrassing for us, but it's fucking true. I People were weird about enemas back in the day. They were just putting anything up their ass. I mean, we all know about the fucking Kellogg's, right? Because if you don't know about the Kellogg's, I don't know, but to me, like, molasses is so sugary. That just sounds like a fucking infection. But like, this at the time period, it's like doctors, you know, like at best they're doctors. But the Kellogg's are the fucking the cereal, that family. That dude was bananas. But yeah, I think it was two brothers who started the Kellogg's, and one of them was particularly fucking batshit. And the other one just kind of went with it for a while. I don't remember the precise details of that. It's more the batshittery itself that I remember. I mean, dude, like, the thing is, I don't know if he had enough blood in his system to go into any sort of shock by then. Like, could he even get in there? Oh my god. Like, I feel like I feel like if I had a time machine, I could handle being like before we really had medicine figured out, when it was like, oh, your stomach hurts, drink these plants, that'll help. And like that kind of medicine. Uh or after we figured out germ theory, but everything in between is a fucking horror show, and I think I'd rather have just died of the infection or whatever. No, I want to shove molasses up the president's ass. We gotta show them Brits. We gotta keep them alive. It was probably considered like a great honor or something too. Like that's the first fucking president, you know? Like, fuck the English. That's our president, you know? Like that's what the mindset would have been. Yeah, so that's been real American history with Jet. Masky, how are you? We're talking about how George Washington got a bunch of molasses poured up his ass on his deathbed. I've had a face cam for a while. What do you want about? You found your jaw under the bed? What? No, but Masky, I've had the face cam for like 2 months now. But I'm glad you're back, and it's really nice to see you. Ooh, tell me how your session went. All right, let's blend this out a little bit. Ooh, deck of many things. I have the fizz rep for that. May your shits not be akin to molasses? I don't know what else to say. Interesting. Oh, my cat. Is she gonna jump up and come visit stream again like she did last time? Here, let me... Did she just run off? She's back. Hold on. Hold on, hold on. She's just laying down now. She doesn't... I need her to stand up to be on camera, but she's laying in my lap, and that makes it hard for me to hold my tablet. She does not like being picked up. She is a lap cat. Oh no, of course you pee. Is this your way of coming up here and being like, Mom, I threw up. I guess so. Yeah, she's just hanging out in my lap now. So you guys can't see her. Last time I got her to put her little face on camera for a second. No, she just wants to lay on me, apparently. Let me try accommodating for this. Cause she's hunkering. She's hunkering down. Alright, I've kind of changed the angle of my tablet. And from there, well, free my mouse wire. Oh, are you sneezing? Bless you, Beanie. Oh yeah, that bastard's gonna be cold as fuck. I don't think... Do Crocs get any kind of, like, cold resistance? I don't imagine they would. They're usually in warmer environments. Bye, Beanie. Oh my god, one of those get it over with types with the deck of many things. That's wonderful. Yeah, I have the Fizzrap deck, and I love it. I love the art on it. Yeah, yeah. Most people I know, when they include the deck of many things, they purposefully, um, like, will leave out game breaking cards, but certain ones you still have to get real creative with to not just fuck your shit. The alignment swap, yeah. What was his alignment to begin with? I'm curious. Is that you requesting I draw the nipples next? Okay, so you let him redo it. Interesting, interesting, but gotcha. Uh, what he pulled next? Was it with a fucking race swap? I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it's the race swap one, or species swap. I think that's performative. With Wizards of the Coast history. Oh shit! Get fucked. Ooh, I don't think I know what that one does. Please elaborate. All right, there's the back of the head. Let me fucking move you guys. So here's where we're at so far. I do remember that right now we're roughing in the musculature shapes. We're going to refine this and blend out this shading a bit more. And we're going to even darken it in a few places and add the highlights and all that good stuff. But I want to get all of the shapes nice in the first place, and I want to make sure it's kind of cohesive and that, like, things feel balanced in terms of the musculature. And then we're going to blend and detail more and add those highlights, and it'll really give it a lot of nice depth. But right now it still kind of looks like spray tanned on abs, which is hilarious. But let's figure out those nice cheekbones he got going on. Oh yeah? Oh my gosh. I feel like that's like the tower of the deck of everything. I think I have those cards like right here. No, not I have so many cards. Haha! I found them after pulling out 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 decks of cards. They were the 10th. Well, 9 sets of decks of cards. Some of those have more than one deck. It's like a dozen decks of cards I just busted out. I gotta find a nicer way to, like, display my card collection. So he lost it all and won it all. That's crazy. Yeah, hold on. I have, doot, doot, doot. There it is. Okay, I need to shuffle them first. Should I make? I should make that a redeem to pull a card from the deck of many things, shouldn't I? Yeah, I got these for Christmas, I think. I'm gonna write that down. I should make that a redeem. Okay, I wrote that down so I don't forget, and now I'll shuffle these cards for you. I need to take off my sketch gloves first. This is fucking me up. Okay, that should have corrected that. Thank you for letting me know. I'm hoping to get that fixed this upcoming weekend. Yeah, but I have a fucking life die on. Okay, I shuffled. Let's pull the top card, see what you got. Hey! You got the gem! Yeah, you just made some shmoney. Hell yeah. I gotta figure out like a reasonable price for that as a redeem. Well, Sir Pippin, did you realize that I am in fact telling the truth? Because I told you, I only tell horrible truths. That's my thing. Yeah, so that's my deck of many things. I also have a minimalist tarot deck in purple and gold for a D&D character I played who's also into tarot. Um, I have the Over the Garden Wall tarot deck, which is just fabulous. I love it. Oh, thank you so much, Masky. Oh my gosh. I hope the innkeeper comes out safe. I'm worried for her. I have the Rider Waite Major Arcana specifically. Okay, you guys know in Avengers, uh, how Phil Coulson has the Captain America playing cards? I have them, and they're in a little tin. I have 2 decks. This is the backs of one deck, and then the fronts have different comic book art. Sassy, you'd like a card pull? And then this deck is based on the one Phil Coulson has in the movie. I don't think they have Iron Man playing cards, or at least if they, I assume they probably do, but I haven't seen them, so I haven't been able to get my hands on them. But these are the Phil Coulson ones. And they each have like little vintage pieces of cap, and some of them have comic covers. Listen, I'd get Iron Man cards, but this is what I got. It's the cap cards. They're collectible. They're awesome. But wait, there's more. That's 2 more decks. I have 3 Cartomancy decks by the Illuminated series, and one is sun themed and one is moon themed and one is colorful, but they actually all have the same art. Oh, thank you. So this one is the sun deck. And it has really beautiful art, and each card is different. You'll be able to see this better on the other one. Gratos! What a note to come in on. Punk, this is what I mean. If you're still here. The moon deck is the same thing, but darker colors. So that's the illuminated playing card deck, which is meant for cartomancy. Which tarot is a type of cartomancy, but cartomancy is not always tarot. And then I have some playing cards that my partner got in France, which are really cool. Here's the larger illuminated deck. Cartomancy. I love cards. It's like having a tiny art gallery in your pocket. Okay, Masky, enjoy your meal. Thank you so much for stopping in. And I have one with cute little forest animals. They're so precious. Welcome back, Hairless. So yeah, as you can see, I really like not just tarot cards, but playing cards too. And there's more where that came from, but I won't bore you with the more plain ones. Molasses is a sweetener similar to syrup, Hairless. I will show you this deck though. This one's cool. This is just regular playing cards. It's not cartomancy cards, it's not oracle cards, it's none of that. But I'm obsessed with them anyway because they're fucking metallic. Like, they're so cool. Why did he have syrup up his butt? Apparently his doctors thought it was a good way to save his life, and they were wrong. They just made him suffer on his deathbed. It's kind of hilarious, if you read about it. First president of America, molasses up his butt. Great plan, guys. Anyway, playing cards. I just think they're neat. Sassy, if you're still with us, and you'd like a deck of many things pull, I can do that. I will make that a redeem soon. Thing is, I like to come up with 3 redeems at a time so that the rows are even. So I'll probably pop in like 2 other things I've been considering or figure out something. Yeah, did you want me to pull you a card from deck of many things? Anima kink. You. It also came with 3 cards that have all the meanings printed on it, so I appreciate that. How about no enemas? Have you guys considered that as an option? Okay, I've shuffled it. Let's see what your card is. You got talons. Ooh, every magic item in your possession crumbles into dust. All artifacts that you carry or wear vanish but are not destroyed. Interesting. That sucks. Yeah, we got a really great card followed by a really bad card immediately. Yeah, I'll have to figure out a price for that and add it to my redeems. Well, Hairless, maybe you shouldn't drink energy drinks? Like, I'm not allowed to have them for good reason. Dion, are you really telling me to drink more energy drinks, or are you saying that to Hairless? I need to know if you're trying to kill me or not. I agree. Coffee is yuck. I just think bidets are dope because they're better for the environment. We should all make efforts to reduce our waste in ways where it's realistic. Oh, if you guys have never seen, there's a channel on YouTube called Puppet History that I highly recommend, and it is puppets going through historic events, and it's absolutely hilarious. There's one episode in particular that I love, about the Great Molasses Flood that occurred in Boston. It's so funny. And if you don't know about the Great Molasses Flood, you should look into that too, because that is easily one of the craziest things in American history. And I think it's like the largest food-related spill of all time or something, because it was sincerely an insane amount of molasses. Like an absolutely bonkers amount of molasses. Yeah, honestly, companies are responsible for the majority. Companies and billionaires are responsible for the majority of the world's carbon footprint and should be held accountable as such. But it still never hurts to try and reduce waste on a personal level. Just, don't fucking hold yourself accountable for your own waste when people are fucking taking private flights because they don't feel like sitting in 15 minutes of traffic. Like, that shit's insane. But I also have a theory that that's why the seafood in Boston is so popular, because it's all just very seasoned with a mix of molasses and tea from the Boston Tea Party. I'm convinced that that is the most flavorful body of water on the planet. That's my stupid conspiracy theory. That and the 80s was made up to sell more Stranger Things. How are they doing coke? Do they dry out in the sun first or something? Or is it just like wet? Oh my god. The smut of the president getting molasses up his ass, or smut in general of. Well, I hope somebody didn't like just join into this conversation. I swear to God. What? Oh, dude, he'd hate it. He'd be like, "Motherfuckers, I warned you." Like, he'd start flipping tables, GZC style. Hold on, guys. Let me braid a whip. That's my favorite Jesus. Whip braiding Jesus. There was one time when I fucking whipped, like, ironically in front of my boss's daughter, and she, like, ugh, don't ever do that in front of me again. And I was like, how old do you think I am? That was my generation, not yours, child. You know, I never did my own tarot card today. Okay. What? What is double B bounce? You bet Liminal's a good twerkerer? Y'all are funny as hell. Yo, Dion, we discussed giving this guy eyeshadow, right? I want to make sure I'm not, like, fucking imagining things. Let's say yeah, okay. He's gonna be pretty. Yes, we did agree to tastefully slutty. I was like, I feel like that fits your vibe. I think we discussed him having some eye makeup too. Then I'm gonna have to do like I'm gonna have to do a bunch of layer management, but I'll probably try to save that for after stream. Everything I've been doing symmetrically like this, I've been doing on the same layer. I'm gonna have to split them into lefts and rights. And additionally, right now they're all masks. So, for example, if I turn off the mask on the face layer, you can see it kind of tints things around the face. See that change? So I'm going to be going through and making selections for them all, inverting those selections, and erasing anything from out of bounds, because, like, it needs to be 100% clean for when it's put in the animating program later. Make the ears wiggle? Oh no, Wes, your internet took a shit? Ugh, dude. That fucking sucks. Here, how's this? Oh yeah, it did kind of make it look like the ears are wiggling, with the shadow jumping in and out. But yeah, we're gonna clean that bitch up. It's gonna be looking real nice. I already think we have a really solid foundation here, considering this is, like, render layer 1, just to get the musculature laid out. Once this is blended out and has some highlights, I think it's really gonna fucking pop. It also looks so much different on my screen than it does on the screen I have right now displaying my stream. I need to color correct my other screens. Yeah, on the one I'm drawing on, he looks like a beautiful warm skin tone. And on the one that I'm previewing OBS on, he looks kind of like gray, just because the colors are off balance. Keep that in mind for any art I send you guys. The color you guys see is not going to be the same as what I'm working with, and that's simply a matter of display. He is naked. He got a leaf. He got a leaf. Wow, it caught you on the term fisting when you were talking about fisting crayons, like holding them like this. Like it flagged the word fisting, bro. I mean, I got flagged for making a water sports joke the other day, so I yeah, Automod has I think Automod got like a kink terms update or something. It flagged it for ham fisting crayons, which, like, you obviously meant this, like holding a crayon like this, but Automod thought we were getting real fucking kinky. That's hilarious. Okay, I'm doing a little shading on the ears now. Let me zoom you guys in so you can see. Get molasses, get some ground up beetles, get some leeches. You, do some more bloodletting. I'm putting some a little extra shading on the I didn't know Dion was related to the Kellogg's. Oh my god. I'm adding a little extra shading to the lobe for the earrings. Which I haven't drawn yet, but there's gonna be earrings. Well, Vanta Black was copyrighted by Anish Kapoor because he's a fucking douchebag. I believe that's his name. Let me double check before I fuck it up. It is Anish Kapoor. I was correct. Anish Kapoor bought exclusive rights to Vanta Black. So fuck that guy. He's a douchebag. And his art is pretentious. But then there was this insane artist war between him and Stuart Semple that got really ridiculous. Although Stuart Semple lately has been dropping the ball on his line of art supplies, and that's been kind of aggravating. So Vanta Black isn't a color. It is a specific formula to achieve a color. It is not technically paint. It is not technically enamel. I think the best thing you could call it is a finish. Honestly, we're not missing much by missing Vanta Black, because in order to use Vanta Black, you need a chemical lab vent hood large enough to fit whatever you're working on that you want to do Vanta Black on. Because it's extremely toxic. It's extremely precarious about how it cures. Like, the slightest change in air pressure, and it'll ruin the finish. So fuck Anish Kapoor, he can keep it. For anyone who's not familiar, Anish Kapoor is the guy who did the bean in Chicago, the big mirrored bean. He calls it Cloudgate, and he hates when people call it the bean. So, you know, the bean in Chicago. The bean. That guy's such a fucking asshole. Oh my god, guys. Yeah, so then Stuart Semple, who is an artist who has his own line of paints and finishes and glitters and various media that artists might use. He went on to create some of the boldest pigments yet. And in doing so, he offered them for sale with the contractual term that you are not Anish Kapoor and you will not give access of these supplies to Anish Kapoor. And if you were to buy it on behalf of Anish Kapoor or pass it along to Anish Kapoor, you would open yourself to a lawsuit by Stuart Semple. And that was as a big fuck you to Anish Kapoor for fucking copywriting, or not copywriting, but buying the property rights to Vanta Black. Eventually, Anish Kapoor managed to get his hands on it anyway. And it was, at the time, it was the pinkest pink, a neon pink pigment that Stuart Semple had available for sale. And Anish Kapoor dipped his finger in it and posted a picture like this, giving the middle finger with the pink pigment stuck to his finger. So what does Stuart Semple do next? He makes the world's glitteriest glitter. What is it made out of? Shards of glass. So that was hilarious. But yeah, if y'all haven't read up on the Anish Kapoor Stuart Semple situation, I highly suggest you do, because there was some hilarious petty bullshit going back and forth. You didn't know about the how fucking insane the Kellogg's are? Like, did you just look that up just now? And because I mentioned it earlier, like, are you reading about it now and realizing that they're fucking insane? Like, serious question. I'm not being, like, sardonic or anything. Because they're one of my favorite examples of fucking nut jobs from American history. I would say some of my favorite tidbits about American history includes George Washington's death, how the Kellogg's got involved in making cereal, and why Henry Ford made us square dance, which is a long one. And when I say Henry Ford, yes, the car guy. If any of you aren't familiar, okay, so you haven't heard about the square dancing thing. Oh my god, I'm gonna keep it a little TLDR because it has to do with racism and anti-Semitism, and so I will tell you the gist of it I will tell you the gist of Henry Ford and square dancing as it pertains to his racist, anti-Semitic point of view. But I would encourage you to go read what people of color and Jewish people had to say about him, because their voices are obviously going to represent their communities better. But basically, Henry Ford, the car guy, was incredibly, incredibly racist and incredibly, incredibly anti-Semitic. Like, to the point where, like, Hitler thought, like, whoa, that guy's intense. Like, yeah, like, Hitler wrote about Henry Ford. Henry Ford is named, I'm pretty sure Henry Ford is named in Mein Kampf. And he really admired Henry Ford because they both were very intense about all the wrong things. They were terrible, terrible human beings. And, Henry Ford was, while also building his car company, seeing that there was a rise in people who listened to jazz music in America. And that did him a concern, right? He was good at running his business, but he was a mess of a human being. I feel like that's a good way to surmise it. I would not praise such a man, but I think he, you know, there's a reason that business is still around. And he did cause, like, workers' rights stuff, but it was generally for all the wrong reasons, though. Like, so Henry Ford is a nasty, nasty racist and a nasty, nasty anti-Semite. And he's concerned about how people are dancing to jazz music. He thinks it's too sexy with those gyrating hips and with how you're just throwing yourself around, and it's not like the proper dances that good Christian white people do, right? Like, that's basically what he's saying. And he's worried. He's worried that children are losing their way. Dude, I would love to be on Drunk History. I love that show. So he's worried that children are losing their way, and they're gonna witness this sexy dancing, and they're gonna get the wrong idea, and they're gonna become promiscuous. That's his perspective. And so he's doing a big concern about how jazz music is growing in popularity. And he decides that he needs to go on a quest to popularize good white people dances, basically. And why, you might ask? Not because of the racism. No. In this case, he blamed the Jews because he thought that Jewish people corrupted black people into creating jazz music to then corrupt white children. like this is anti-Semitic and racist because he's calling Jewish people manipulative and conniving, and he's calling black people stupid enough to fall for this sort of conniving manipulation. And so he blamed Jewish people for jazz music. And he thought that they're using this to corrupt white children. Good white Christian children, you know? And so he went around to different schools and started suggesting that they have square dancing lessons to preserve Southern good white Christian culture in some way, because them darn Jews were corrupting good white Christian children, basically. And a bunch of schools were like, huh, you know, adding a dance program to our fitness, that sounds like a really great idea. You know, fitness in this country, it's not the best, and this would be a really fun way to get kids engaged. And I had to square dance in school in, like, I don't know, kindergarten, for probably first grade, so that they'd be fucking, so that Henry Ford's bullshit would be appealed to. It's insane. Mealtime, how are you? We're talking about how insane Henry Ford is. Well, thank you for the lurk, man. I hope you're having a great night. Yeah, so this crazy fucking asshole made us all square dance because he thinks Jewish people made jazz music to corrupt us. That is my
Serpapink the not
synopsis.
so smart says I too heard how hot Makers is.
Guys, oh my god. That's my synopsis, and I encourage you to read up on perspectives from people of color and Jewish people on Henry Ford because he was fucking insane. 38 points left? Jesus Christ, I thought you'd have a lot more, to be honest. Okay, so I think that's the majority of the like shapes that we're gonna be shading in here to the body. While we're at it, let's figure out his lip shape. Ernest Hemingway, a little bit here and there, but not a ton. And that's true, you did use that one a lot to simp for Orin. And it is like one of my most expensive redeems. That one was a bitch to set up, I'm not even gonna lie. Alright, let's give him lips. Because I hate when art doesn't give men lips and eyelashes. We all have fucking lips and eyelashes. Why is that gendered? Oh my god, yeah. Dude was fucking nuts. But I need to reach out to a few different history nerds to verify my theory about the Boston Harbor. I don't think there's a more flavored body of water on the planet. And I'm not even sure how to begin researching that. Gratos. Do you wear glasses? Because I find particularly long long lashes and glasses is a bad combo. I'll get mascara on my lenses sometimes. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Two separate plane crashes? You know, I really enjoy, like, survival stories. Like plane crashes, shipwrecks, all that sort of stuff. I particularly like stories about shipwrecks, just kind of a niche interest of mine. Um, but there's this particularly crazy plane crash that happened, where if I'm not mistaken, the plane crashed over the Amazon rainforest, and there was only one survivor, and she trekked through the rainforest, like with broken ribs and insane injuries from this plane crash, until she was able to find like indigenous people who were out fishing, who were then able to like help her and direct her toward like fucking where she could find a hospital, because this was the middle of the fucking rainforest, you know? Dude, I love that. That's the kind of retirement I want. Oh, and have you guys heard about the Roblox shit? Because I was hearing about this from PK last night, and I was fucking losing it, dude. Have you heard about Roblox and their like 7 current lawsuits? It's pretty fucking crazy. And it relates to it relates back to a YouTuber. It's about time. It's about time. Original content can also mean original character in certain contexts. So if you Google like Roblox lawsuit schlep, it should come up under that because that's the guy's YouTube username or like his like tag name. You know, I'm the Maker's Mantle, but you guys shorten that. So he went by Schlep, and this guy would go on Roblox and effectively play to catch a predator. Where, yeah, he'd go around in Roblox, uh, and lure predators into giving him enough information about them to get them arrested, which is incredible, incredible. The hero we need, because I don't know how familiar any of you are with Roblox, but holy shit, the amount of predators on that platform. It's insane. It's easily like half the platform. Oh, yes, I've read about that guy, the Finnish soldier. That's a really crazy story. Yeah, so this guy was doing to catch a predator on Roblox, basically. And initially he tried reporting the stuff to Roblox, but he kept finding that nothing was getting done. And so he started working in tandem with different police investigation units instead, and actually was able to get several people arrested for trying to, you know, solicit minors for sexual content on the platform. And he he uploaded a YouTube video because he was able to lure one of them into trying to meet with him in person, and Chris Hansened them and got them arrested. And Roblox heard about this and they banned him from the platform and banned his account and shit. Yo, Sassy, I feel that so hard. I think I need a shade that's a bit pinker than this. Yeah, they were basically like your vigilante justice could be dangerous and you're still engaging in talk about XYZ that's inappropriate and blah blah blah, even when he's clearly trying to bait existing creeps. Like he's not trying to like fool people into saying anything they're not going to say. He's just trying to bait existing creeps on this platform. And they ban him. And he told his YouTube following about it and they got pissed and in Roblox held a protest. I'm pretty sure he could tell the difference. I mean, I played on Roblox when I was younger, and I can tell you, there's a lot of fucking creeps on the platform, and they're all pretty goddamn obvious. They're not even trying to hide it. And so they fucking banned him, and his following on YouTube were pissed about it, and they went in the game and threw up a protest in the game. Kids pretending to be pedos. So he was pretending to be a kid, not a fellow pedo, to be clear. And he was like, with Roblox, like, he was like, I tried to report this stuff, I tried to follow the correct avenues, and y'all didn't do shit. And they're like, oh, well, you're supposed to handle this through these avenues and report on our website and stuff, and now you've blown it up, and this is, they tried to say it's like, I'm blanking on the term, like damaging their reputation. Libel. And it's like, dog, it's true. Like, and yeah, he went to a few different like police departments and stuff. And now I think it's the state of Louisiana, but I could be mistaken. One of the states governments is suing Roblox, saying that they did not put any measures in place to keep children safe and that they've created this problem. And of course, they're just trying to protect their image. That's all they care about. It's fucking nuts. The whole thing's crazy. There's a bunch of people suing Roblox. Roblox is trying to countersue some of them. Roblox is scrambling to update their stuff and try and like show that they're not a dangerous platform. It's fucking crazy. Oh, Masky, that sucks. I'm so glad I can just go to the dispo. Okay, this is a bit pale of a pink for the lips, but I think it works for a good base color. I suppose so. Yeah, that is the unfortunate thing, is they're trying to use this for more of that ID bullshit, for like internet access, and like there are privacy rights concerns with that. And a lot of that shit's just straight up unreliable. Yeah, I gotta pick a darker color to do these lips, but Roblox needs a Henry Ford to maintain their shitness. Oh my god. Yeah, the complacency is by design, and a large part of it is how many people are exhausted just trying to make ends meet in this economy. It's intentional. And it sucks that it works. It sucks that it works. Yeah, fuck Henry Ford. If you haven't read about Fordlandia, that's another wild one. You'll realize very quickly that Henry Ford does not understand how plants work. Oh, I saw something about that fucking radioactive shrimp. What is going on? I'm glad I fucking hate shrimp. Yeah, there was a recall on shrimp because it's radioactive. What did they do? Like, store some uranium next to it? In Metro 2033? No, I don't think so. You know, I don't think this color works either. Hold on though. There's my alarm to take my meds. And I think my cat wants to say hi again. And I feel like seafood has a way of being particularly egregious regarding like food standards and factory conditions. Never mind, I guess my cat left. Oh, wait, wait. What are you doing, silly bean? She likes to bonk my microphone a little too much. Hello, Beanie. Oh, mealtime, you're streaming right now? Hold on, I'm trying to get her to look, but she's really finicky. Yeah, this is our youngest cat. And she wasn't socialized quite properly because she was a COVID kitten. So she's a little weirdo. Yeah, I don't know if she's coming back. Oh, now she's bonking my arm. Oh. And we're in ads. And she's stomping on my guts. Beanie, don't you want to say hi? You were on screen for like 2 seconds. You're on screen for like 2 seconds, you coy little fuck. I hate to be a party pooper, guys, but Painted King is my favorite. Well, mealtime, tell your chat I say hey. And y'all should follow Mealtime with Dad. He's great. Beanie, you want to look at people? You want to say hello? or are you just gonna stay at the very bottom? I don't wanna reposition my camera. I like where it is. There she goes. Now her tail is in my face. This is what cat ownership looks like. Are you gonna let the people see you, or are you just gonna stay where you're in my way and no one can see you? So. Oh, Jesus Christ, did you hear that? That was how hard she head bonked it. Now she's moving my filter. Beanie, are you gonna make a habit of tuning in? You gonna hang out more often when I'm streaming? Yeah, did you guys hear the clunk when she fucking head bonks the mic stand? She doesn't want to be on camera. She just wants to be in the way. You see my wanted poster? That's my other cat, but yeah. Okay, well that was beanie time. Thank you for joining us for beanie time. Now that my cat's done headbutting my microphone, let's get back to it. Yeah, Saturn. So when you get messages from my cat, it's usually that one. And she loves slamming her head into things, so don't worry about her. Primarily, she loves slamming her face into my partner's face. She's also definitely non-binary, and I don't know how to explain that to you guys beyond she has the vibe. So we've got some good-looking headway here. Yeah, she's precious. She doesn't do strangers well. She's obsessed with my partner, and she loves to tolerate me, depending on her mood. Okay. So we have figured out the basic shapes of the musculature. I think we should go back through and kind of refine them now so that it looks less spray painted on. I'll probably do that with like a second layer on top that is like not quite as not quite as opaque. Probably going to be the same color but at like 75% just to blend out what's there into what I'm adding. So I'm thinking I want to start on the abdomen because to me that's like the most glaringly obvious area in need of help. Beanie's quiet. She doesn't meow a lot. My boy Mr. Donut is chatty. And my cat Zelda, who is the one pictured on my wanted poster, she loves to scream. Especially when it's like 4 in the morning and she caught a toy. But yeah, Beanie's big on giving bonks. She slams her head into everything. Face first. Sometimes she even rears back like a billy goat. I have no idea where she learned it from. We got her as a kitten. We got her as a kitten. She never lived on a farm. Donut is the orange one, and he begs for bleach. That's his weird thing. I can't like bleach my whites or clean the toilets without shutting him out. SpongeBob Farmer Pants? You twerk this? I feel like this is a little slow for twerking. I was still on the pink from the lips. I needed to switch back to my skin tone. Everything is twerkable. That's fair. That's fair. If you really set your heart to it. Oh my god, what a little shit masky. The shit we put up with because we love our pets. Also, for anybody who wasn't in Wes's chat today, please watch the VOD. I got his AI, Luna, to speak like 24 languages. Oh my god. It was hilarious. I was laughing my ass off. I feel kind of bad because I was like spamming a little bit, but I was having such a good time. It was so funny. It was so funny. We got her to speak so many languages. His niece yeah, it's not done yet. None of this is done yet. But you're not the first person to say that. I've gotten a lot of thumb commentary about it. Masky, I hope you get some good rest. Thank you so much for hanging out. We'll chat soon. Thank you, Masky. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Oh my gosh, you guys are the hot thing. So I'm just trying to soften soften the blend of these a little bit. Damn it. Hold on. Okay, that should have fixed it. Thanks. That noise is in Adventure Time. Saving. Yeah, that little crystal sound is in Adventure Time. And it has woken me up before because I Pavloved myself into thinking I was streaming. I'm guessing you particularly like that one. I like my poison bottle drawing. I think it's super cute. I love how it came out. Okay, we gotta soften these bitches a little bit more, but we're getting there. Like, this is with what we just did. And that if I take it away. Just need to, like, blend that out some more. Lickable. Dude, love me some abs. This is such a good song. Are you asking me to drink with you guys? just for clarity. I drop shit a lot when I'm drunk. Although I've been dropping a lot of shit today, and I'm not drunk. I just have bad hands today, apparently. I did like a lot this morning. I might have pushed it a little on my hands. You get more flirty. Poor Zoob. I feel that. You stole your friend's shoe? I accidentally moved the symmetry ruler ever so slightly. Hold on, I need to... Ugh. Okay, I tweaked it around and I drew some dots to try and tell if I'm aligned again, and I believe it's pretty dead on. Sir Pippin is very caught on our lesson about George Washington from today. Maybe that tidbit will help you at a trivia night sometime, Pippin. Thanks so much, Wes. I'll see you around. Have a great night, man. White girl wasted. Oh god. Making a drinking game out of my stream. Eh, one just for you guys. Gross. I've never had a drinking game based on me before. Don't make it me saying, for your own health. Vodka isn't made for the taste. Take a shot every time a banger song comes on. Based on people who hang here, that's basically every song. According to Liminal, it's every song that isn't 21 Pilots. Pickle juice. Is that your hangover cure? I've heard that one. Oh, there's my alarm to turn off raids so that we don't get raided right before we're wrapping up. Alright. That's active now. Hey, whatever, man. I honestly, I don't know shit about drinking. I just like, I enjoy the sensation of being drunk every now and again. Try not to overdo it because of my health issues. But for parties and stuff now and then, as long as I don't go too hard and mess up with my health, I'm good to have a couple drinks here and there. I'm also like less of a lightweight than people would think, considering how thin I am. Um, but if I'm drinking on like an empty stomach, I'll get drunk instantly. But I think that's like the case for most people. All right, I popped a little bit of that darker shadow into the neck and shoulders area. Yeah, alcohol really beefs with my illness because I have low blood pressure to begin with, and alcohol makes blood pressure fucky. So I can't drink much, but I can get drunk every now and then as long as I'm like somewhere safe. I try not to get drunk when I'm like out and about or at like concerts or whatever. I'll get like a buzz at most. But I added some of the darker shadow into the neck and shoulders area here. And as well as like in the like creases of the abs. Like it's right here, 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 and then there's just like a little lower opacity to blend it out. Those will blend together better when I bring in like the highlight and everything. And I just did beneath the collarbones here and the little hollow of the throat right there. Hey, nice lemons. Plus, like, getting drinks at shows is so overpriced. Y'all know me. Pot is more my thing. It doesn't clash with my health issues as much, so it's my version of like a beer after work or whatever, you know? Indeed. Repo after stream? I can't tonight. Cause I'm gonna need to let Liminal get some rest for work tomorrow. And my computer's in my room. But I'd be super down to play with you, like, if you have some time tomorrow. There's a little bit of the darker shadow in the chest. Xena, good morning. Me too, Dion. Me too. And that's very sweet of you. Thank you. Xena, how's your morning? Did you sleep well? Darken the shading ever so slightly on the pecs. Let's just blend that out a little more. That looks nice. Yeah, it's night at this point for me. It's 11:25 p.m. We're approaching midnight. Okay, so that's the pecs, the chest, the abdomen, the shoulder meat, the neck. Need to get the pelvis, thighs, arms, and a little bit into the face of this darker shade too. Ears too. Yeah, he doesn't have a PP. I can't draw that on Twitch. You want me to get banned? Unfortunately, nude art is not allowed on Twitch. Which, if you ask me, is some nonsense. I get it, they don't want people drawing porn, but they don't leave any wiggle room for, like, artistic nudity, sensual nudity, none of that. I can't. Some people have even gotten reported. Some people have even gotten reported for, like, the guidelines having the shape of breasts. Like, you need to be able to have that to draw the clothing on top. That's ridiculous. Like, we're not talking nipple here or something. Stole your pee-pee! See, that's the secret. Hairless didn't steal his pee-pee. Twitch stole his pee-pee. Also, for anybody who's not aware, I actually have a command, exclamation phallic, for when I accidentally draw something that looks too much like a penis. Which happens pretty frequently, honestly. It's a counter. Alright, that looks pretty good for the thighs. Lemon did not help. Isn't it lime? I don't know. I don't drink much. Ask Dion, not me. Dion's the bartender. Yeah, that makes sense. I got the cheapest bottle of tequila for fucking New Year's once. It was awful. It was so fun. Oh, it was awful. It was the cheapest tequila. So we're gonna add a redeem to draw from the deck of many things, the physical deck of many things that I have. That one's probably gonna be a good chunk of points because it'll interrupt streams. Especially if I get a few in a row, I'm gonna have to shuffle and pull and shuffle and pull. What else? What else? I'm gonna need 2 more to make it a nice row. I could do one to, like, ask about stuff on my shelf, but I feel like people don't really ask that often. Maybe they would if I made it a thing. Because PK has a redeem like that, and I really like it, where he, like, talks about his collectibles. I was told I should add one for, like, comic book and other hobby-related rants, which I could easily do. I've got a million of those. Or even if I did feminist rants, I'd never run out either. Oh, and I was random history with makers. That could be neat. I don't know that much about history. I have like some specific niche things within history that I know a lot about. Um, queer history, things I find funny, shit like that. I was thinking of one for like the masks I have behind me. I could like put on a mask or like take off my glasses and put on some silly sunglasses or something. Like I have these heart-shaped shades that are pretty cute. That's true. People do like niche. I was like so nervous when I started on Twitch that nobody would give 2 fucks about my art because I feel like all the art I've seen on Twitch is like anime stuff. But I met PK and I was like, his art's like not that different from mine. I'd put it in the same genre, even if I'd say our like styles and skill sets are very different. Precisely 3. Yeah, I never watched Twitch before I started streaming. I kind of started both in conjunction. And I was going through the art tag and I was like, ooh, this is all like anime and furry art. And it's not that that's a bad thing, but that's not what I draw. So I'm like, is there an audience on here for me? You know who doesn't have a fuck to give? This guy. He doesn't even have a peepee. If Twitch would let me draw nude art on here, I absolutely would. Like, I draw people. That's part of it, you know? There's the shoulders and biceps. The Mega Mind meme. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean I can draw anime style, but I don't specialize in that. Like I'm totally capable of it. I did Hairless's PNG tuber, and that's in the style of panty and stocking, which is kind of chibi. It's not quite the traditional anime style. Welcome back. This song is such a jam. Keeping in mind, I haven't actually drawn the nose yet. So that shadow is going to be like what's behind it. Got a little bit of an eye bag situation going on. I'm not banning Pippin. Welcome back, Hairless. I'm glad you're comfy. Alright, I threw a little more shading into the ears. Now he has a belly button. Lightweight grandma hairless. Our boy got nipples. We got nipples. Like Oprah or something. All right, he's got nipples. He's got lips. He's got a belly button. We're starting to fill in some of those details that we didn't quite have yet. You get a nipple, and 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 everybody gets a nipple! Oh, God. I think that's some solid progress. We still need to do highlights and a little more tweaking with the blending and all that. Free nipples! But I think the musculature is coming along nicely. I think we're getting good contours for his body. I think he's got a lot more depth already. I'm digging where this is going. I think this is gonna come out fucking fantastic. Hold on, let me turn on the accessories layer again. I shut that off before. Yeah, there's an amount of layer work I'm gonna have to do um to make sure everything's separated and in proper order and named and everything. But I'm gonna end up doing that off stream because you guys aren't really gonna be able to tell what I'm doing very well. And honestly, the impact won't really be noticeable visually. It'll be noticeable when it comes to programming this into a VTuber. All right. I think this is coming along great. We're gonna need to do the nose. We're gonna need to do the hair. And we need to do the whole darn outfit still. Which, if anybody didn't see him, move that up. This is my sketch. This was done pencil on paper. And, yeah, you requested a choker. This is done pencil on paper with some red pen for accents. Just to make it pop a little bit for the concept sketch. And then Dion requested a choker. So there's that. And then this was... Oops. Hold on. This was another sketch I did of him to get the body type better, since I knew I'd have to be working in layers. And I wanted to... Yeah, pencil and paper. That's the medium. Well, I guess with pen, it's multimedia, technically. So this is the bigger leaf. I need it to be able to be blocked by the pants. If I make it oversized, it's gonna fuck up the outfits. But I guess it could be toggleable, and you could just have the fucking Ken doll. So this was the body sketch, so I could fit in the details of the tattoo and everything. The tattoo designs are pulled straight from Grecian pottery. I was kind of figuring out how the layers of the hair were gonna fall. A lot of shit like that. So that's how far we've come so far. And I I think it's looking pretty great. Also, by Grecian beauty standards, a smaller leaf would be considered more desirable. So, you know, get bent beauty standards. Oh, jeez. Let's see. We're gonna be getting set to raid out here. Let's see who we know that's online. Close out these random shirtless men pictures. Listen, the Greeks loved a twunk. I think he'd be very popular with that look. The Greeks were gay as fuck, man. Oh, mealtime is still on. Let's go quick. Let's go quick so we can raid mealtime before he fucking finishes up. I'm gonna drop the raid message for you guys. Thank you so very much for hanging out with me tonight. I appreciate seeing you all. And for the lurkers, thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you all. You are always welcome to lurk here. There's never any pressure to chit-chat. I just want you to know I appreciate y'all. We are going to raid Mealtime with Dad. And a reminder that on Thursday, instead of Baldur's Gate 3, we're going to be playing Date Everything because Joey's out of town. And I want to find out what the fuck is going on. So we're going to have a Date Everything stream. And I think it's going to be fun. I've been really enjoying that game. I take a shot for you before you hop off. You know what, Hairless? Just for that. I don't like whiskey. Good golly gosh. But yeah, I think this is coming along great. I'm really looking forward to working on this more. And Dion, I want to thank you again for letting me do this. Dion, thank you for letting me do this on stream. I know it's been an experiment, and a lot of people like to keep these private until they reveal. But I really appreciate that you're cool with me sharing this process. Yes, Masky? I got you, man. Anytime. Anytime. I'm gonna finish up Grados tomorrow, probably. I still have to do some details on his PNG tuber, but it's mostly done. Probably finish that tomorrow. And I will see you guys Thursday. You were doom scrolling, struggling to sleep. Exhibitionist. We can call it that. Gonna drop the raid message for you guys one more time. Just in case you guys want it. They're bringing him back in the MCU? What is going on? What is going on? DM me. DM me, because I really have to pee, I'll be honest. Oh my gosh. Thank you guys again for being here. I will see you guys on Thursday. Y'all have a wonderful night, okay? If anybody hasn't joined the Discord, we have a Discord. I plan on doing some upcoming movie nights, and I hope to see some of you guys there. I'll be posting about scheduling for it in the Discord, and I'll be talking about it next time we're live. So thank you guys again. Have a great night. Bye! Yes, I have a Discord. Bye, guys.